Hello everybody, it is I, Annapet Moneth, the Queen of Bones, your mummy. Being Thursday, your DM. Of course, with me already is, of course, our wonderful party. Say hello, everybody. Now, I got surprised the other week by a certain special someone who may or may not be a paladin and may or may not also be a very loved snip. So I thought, being D&D, the focus should be on the game, the story, not my face. And so I will exit stage left in my usual self, and I shall step in as your DM for this evening. Put me like over here. Yeah, that works.
Uzu does good stuff.
Uzu does good stuff indeed. What is the full screen name for that?
Rogue Uzu. Really good stuff.
Very good stuff. So yeah, I figured that, everyone else has their little specific D&D icon, so I think when I'm DMing, I should be using this one. So I'll probably be using it regularly on a Thursday. Just so it's more about, I'm not down in the corner being a distraction. Now, let's get over to the map's main screen. Oh wait, hold on. Where's the group on this one? Ah, there you are. I do need to resize myself on this screen. Just position myself there that way. Yeah, that works. I'm confined within borders. It looks neat enough. Now, we're gonna go ahead and just bring in Maki, well, Zaki, for the music. And let's see, who hasn't done the recap in a while? Or maybe there is someone in particular who might be excited to recap what happened last time. No? Okay. So.
Rivet would, in theory, Skylar isn't feeling good.
Okay, okay, fair enough. So. Last time on Dragonfall. Having harvested many a chitin plate from those creatures that attacked the farm on the way to the Piers of Rawn, they eventually, of course, make their way to the Piers of Rawn, finding a good shallows to cross the river. And after talking with some of the people inside what appears to be the home of the founders, which has become sort of a historical, semi-public place to learn the town's history, museum even. Zeroing in on some recent, not recent, on the piece of treasure that's meant to be in this area, the party cross a shallow channel that divides these two parts of the land here with no issue. Thankfully, it was getting towards the evening and it was dark out, so nobody saw them as they dug and found a extremely heavy-duty stone chest, within which they found the hammer of King Warmane, the dwarven thrower, specifically, of King Warmane, and no one was able to remove it from its housing. But the chest itself is lifted easily enough, well, for those with the strength to do so. They head to the inn of Greydale's Way, meet the proprietor, and after a meal and some discussions, retire for the evening. I believe... I forget. Did Rivet work on something during the night?
She did, I believe.
Yeah, she was working on the Anke plates.
Ah,
And then
yes.
got hit in the head by a coconut.
Oh, that was the
She
previous
did get hit in the head by a
night.
coconut.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. No, that is mine. Leave it alone.
So, after you've managed to clean a lot of these Ankek plates, the morning comes, everyone has gotten their rest, and another day greets you all.
Kriv gets up and does his usual morning prayer to Pelor, thanks for the dawn, and definitely gives thanks for the fact that he's managed to find this dwarven thrower that had been stolen from King Warmane, and that he has the chance to return it as he had promised. Before heading down to get some food.
Mm-hmm. Okie dokie.
Get the toes. Get the toes. You're not so vicious. He's losing his baby teeth.
Hey, Sly. Alright, so... Oh, I believe I had this. Yes. Okay, cool. Now I have all my notes up. Not just some of them. So... you head on down. I would imagine you're definitely the first down there, even the fact when you take an hour to do your prayer, you still end up down there first. As I know that Rivet probably worked late into the night and needs to get a lot of rest. They do their light work at the start of their long rest. And Sarah seems to typically sleep in. So whether or not she would have been woken, I'm sure Kravi would have taken care to not wake her as you woke up.
Yeah. I know she likes to sleep in. Hey,
Yeah.
So he actually would have waited to put on his armor until he left the room.
That's fair.
Can't sneak in heavy armor. Stares off into the middle distance.
Alright. At this hour, since most people here are locals and have their own place to stay, the tavern, well, inn, is rather empty. You hear a call from behind the bar. You don't see anyone, but from behind where you can see the window into the kitchen at the back, you see a brief hand wave up and just be like, oh goddamn it, what voice did I do for him? Doesn't matter.
It's
Oh.
fine.
I was like, someone's up early. Oh wait, yeah, no, I tried to... I can hear that someone is up early. Like, it's trying to go for like a... Yeah.
Yes, I'm a bit of a morning person, though the rest of my companions aren't always.
Feel free to help yourself to the apple juice and the water that's on the bar. That's part of breakfast, and I'm just actually making a start on the rest of it itself. Still maybe another hour or so, but make yourself a home.
It is very much appreciated. Griff will sit and pour himself a glass of apple juice or appley juice.
And looking around,
that's him.
there seems to be just one other person here.
All right, yeah. Again, early morning. He doesn't imagine there'd be a lot of people up. He's used to that.
And there's nothing to show here. Show me that. What just happened? Where did my...
Catch your toes. Toes. Here, I'll start playing with you.
Alright. You see, the only other person in this tavern other than you appears to be a... maybe getting onto the older side, halfling woman. She's, light brown, but it's that point where it's kind of like a dirty blonde kind of brown.
Sandy hair.
Yeah. And she sits you and just waves on over.
Kriv will politely wave back.
And so are you just sitting at the bar? Or are you like getting a table when the rest of the party come down?
Kriv will get a table for everyone else when they decide to join him. If they don't, well, they're waking up time to stagger.
All right.
I love that I'm playing Kriv, this up and getting, like, the sun is coming up, get him, go get him, do. And then in another game, I'm someone who's like, don't talk to me, I haven't had coffee yet.
Yeah, you're sitting there. 10 minutes later, this God damn it, I need to get better with names. Fastolf comes out from the back and he just puts this rather large, like a big boiling pot, like on the bar. Well, not directly on the bar. He has like an extra, basically like just a wooden mat that you see has like burn marks on it, and it's clearly there for putting hot things on. The food will still be a while longer, but help yourself to the to this tea, old family recipe. It'll perk you right up. But be careful, it's hot. And then he just disappears back into the kitchen. And there's just a big old pot, a ladle, and some cups. Like
Kriv will get himself some breakfast tea.
Yeah. It is very much a hot breakfast tea, but even though it's a black tea with no milk, it's on the sweeter side, despite being a hot tea.
True. Kriv gets himself the cup and sits back down at the table.
Mm-hmm.
Just waits for his companions.
You're just sitting there waiting. People are still just passed the fuck out. What sort of time does Thobrecht get up?
I imagine he's awake by now, but still struggling to get out of his little predicament.
Oh, yeah. Make me, a dexterity saving throw.
Does he have barbarian? Does he have no? Yeah, advantage.
I would say he's proficient. I'm only making it a saving throw because, well, I don't know if actually he is proficient in dex saves. No, -1. Yeah, but that's enough. It's not the first time you've had to roll yourself back over. So you kind of like learned how to do it. It takes a while, and there's a bit of you hear like above Kriv, you just hear this like as you manage to right yourself.
Limit. And he'll gather things and head down for breakfast.
You notice you've left quite a few not holes, but definitely pot marks from your spikes on the back of your shell in the floor. Like you were just there for a while and it kind of, you left a depression. Yes. You head on down. You see Kriv's already there and this halfling woman, and she looks over and she waves and like, "Good morning to you."
Good morning to you as well. Seems that mead was a bit stronger than I anticipated. Walk over and sit with Crib.
Hmm.
I was just sitting there, quietly drinking tea.
Mm-hmm. After a bit, you're just kind of like sitting there, and you just all of a sudden you just hear from behind the bar just more clattering. Like you hear like clack 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 as more of these like wooden bit blocks are putting out. You know, I happened to forget how many of them were upstairs, so I just made enough. And then whatever you don't eat, I'll have through the day. And this is like plate of eggs, plate of what seems to be one big hash brown that he's just kind of like in the pan, just kind of cut into like squares. It's actually a square pan. He must just pull that out. And it also it is hash browns, but it's also covered in cheese.
Sounds good.
And then just he's just this dish that he must have been like cooking them, then putting them in the dish to keep hot. Just this dish of sausages. That should do you. If you want any tomatoes, let me know.
I wouldn't mind a couple.
That shouldn't take too long. I'll be back in a bit. And he just takes whole tomatoes, halves them face down in the pan. Like Alright. Oh, and of course help yourselves. I may have I'm still getting going myself. Table service is not my strong suit in the mornings. And you get yourself some breakfast and all that. And sorry, you were saying something?
No, I was just going to fill the quiet that was there for a moment.
So after a bit, you all of a sudden you see what you sort of see like the chair move before you see who moved in. Okay, the police are here.
They found me. I've got to go.
Oh no, they've come to take the step. I guess what you've actually gotten used to is probably using your hammer to kind of like shove the ground and roll yourself over. But anyway, yeah, you see the halfling woman kind of like perk up on her tippy, well, not having not fully tippy toes, but at least like peek up over the table and be like, "Would you mind if I joined you? You seem like the adventuring sorts, and I heard a few things around the town that, not to be presumptuous, but maybe you could help us with."
Yeah. Join us for a spell.
Thank you kindly. She just hops on up, and it's funny. She kind of gets in the chair and sits down, and basically ends up being almost the same height as when she was just standing next to the chair. Like just a couple of inches higher up.
All right, I've managed to lose them.
Cool. Good. All right. By the way, while this is going on upstairs, Sarah wakes up when she wakes up, but Rivet has a Blix in the room. And
Whoa.
you feel something not hit you directly, but like you hit things hitting your torso where the sheets are giving some extra padding, like. And as you're hearing, just in the faintest amount, starts to return. Like as you'll get into that state, that almost conscious, you're just hearing. Oh, what the? Why is it muting my sound effects? What the fuck? It's like. And just kind of repeats.
Rivet will just slowly open her eyes and try to, through, despite the fact that she cannot see without her glasses, she will try to see, like, just if she can get a sight of what might be happening, what bullshit Blix is getting up to.
Perception check with disadvantage.
Alrighty. Ten and a 9 for an 11 and a 10.
Well, there you go. That's enough. You see that Blix is throwing something at you, maybe possibly to make the least noise since it's not landing on like a hard surface. Grabbing it, running back, and then throwing it again. Like playing catch with themselves. Or fetch with themselves.
Rivet just kind of sits and watches for a second.
Do you get your glasses while you're watching, or you just
Yeah.
What are they throwing?
Okay.
Reaches over, grabs her glasses, slides them on, and watches.
Like, you see Blix throws it as you move, and then by the time you get your glasses on, Blix comes over and is just front paws up on the bed, just looking you like right in the face, just like nose to nose. They fly good.
She's playing frisbee with the plates.
Yeah, you.
Yeah. Look.
Removes her glasses, rubs her face.
They go grab it, whatever it was, bring it right up to your face. Look. And then
Rivet left.
And then they throw it, and yeah, it seems to fly like it was a frisbee. But then they bring it up to you kids. Hey, look! I've been doing this for. Wait, hold on. I've been doing this for the past 5 hours, and it hasn't chipped or dented at all. Not even any scratches from my teeth. Look. Look, look, look.
Well, that's good.
Gotta wonder if she broke one, would she just start playing with another one until she broke them all?
Oh, yeah. Can we take a quick count of the ones that are around?
You're not seeing any others out of your pack or wherever you left the ones you worked on, besides this one.
Mm-hmm. Um. Okay. This is good to know. River doesn't know what to. River just kind of stands up and just half disregards it, not quite, but half disregards it, and just gets ready for the day.
Did Blix do good? Just sitting on ground, like sitting, tail going against the wood floor, like just looking up at you. Mother mentioned not being being unsure of how to test the material. Blix has done this.
I love Blix.
Bludgeoning damage, ineffective. Piercing damage, at least with mild attempts, ineffective. Mild scratching, ineffective.
Oh.
And she does a little like, you know, like a fox digging, but like you can tell that she's not putting her full weight on like her front legs, and she's just going on the plate, and it's just the claws are just gliding along, like not actually like getting any purchase on it. It's not a nice sound, but it's not loud enough that it would have woke you. Oh, hey, Weedy. Yeah, you appreciate yourself too.
Rivet just sincerely does not know what to do with this. Like, yep, cool. It's very durable. I feel there was probably better ways to test it. But alright, cool. Good job, Blix.
They perk right up at that, and they're like, just whacking intensifies. They get up and start doing a little happy like bounce around the room. You know how foxes kind of bounce. The spot where they were wagging their tail looks like it's been ever so mildly sanded. Like, um, hmm. Syrah. You feel yourself start to stir as a comforting, familiar, and trusted hand you can feel like brushing your hair. Or stroking your hair, I should say. Just in a very gentle way to try and stir you to wake up.
I'll sort of slowly wake up and look around.
It's
Not
morning,
get up yet,
Sierra.
but
You know, I would have thought that eventually you might have become a morning person, but seems this isn't the case. And as you... The voice is familiar enough to recognize that it's your guardian. Hey, how are you?
I don't think I'll ever get used to the day being so bright.
Well, it is the glory of Melora and the Dawn Father both to behold.
Cyril sort of sit up and do a stretch.
She's just kind of sitting like just beside where your feet would have been on the bed, like just looking at you. How is everything?
Fine. I guess.
You guess. What is holding you back from being certain that things are fine? If it's not, if you want us to go to a private voice channel for this, we can. If you want.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Heyo.
Heyo. I don't know what to think about how the other day I said that I didn't. I resisted saying it's my job. She sort of awkwardly smiles. I don't. It's weird. It feels weird.
Well, it's never been your job. I'm glad you're finally starting to see that. There's a far less pleasant word for it when it's forced upon you.
I suppose.
But But you've managed to find a way to use it when you want to use it, rather than when you have to. That's something.
Hmm.
Let me ask you. Now, be honest with me. There's no judgment here. Have there been
Okay.
people that, thinking back on it, maybe you wouldn't have healed? Not so far back as to there, but I mean here, beneath Melora's grave, since you left that place.
No. No.
I'm sure there's quite a few that I'm sure you would take back up there if you could. People not deserving. People who are cruel. But compared to them, I'd like to think you've met mostly good people on the surface so far.
I'm glad to have not met people like that down here, though I've heard of them.
And if you do encounter any of them, well, you can reach up and stroke your hair some more. You can do whatever you wish to avoid them, or if they're really pushy or cruel beyond acceptable standards, then you have good people around you and your own strength to deal with them.
Hmm. I wish I didn't have to hurt people, Gladia.
I know. And it sounds like you need to go downstairs and have some breakfast in a minute, young lady.
Hmm.
Okay. Just very, very softly pokes you in the belly after it growls again. But at the same time, it is good when you can avoid hurting people. But not everyone listens to reason. Not all are capable of it.
Hmm.
The fact is you try not to hurt people. And that means a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I wish I could have better prepared you for the world outside your room. But, freedom brings its own aspect of chaos. And that's what freedom is, really, is the lack of rules and boundaries and just your own heart and mind to guide you as to what is and is not right.
Hmm.
But you've got a strong compass. I have not needed to correct you, except for maybe helping you get out of this caged way of thinking that you got used to. Who needs a job when you're Syrah, chosen of Melora, great adventurer?
Hmm. I guess. It's just. Hmm. Makes me think about the last time I saw you.
It has been a while.
Do you know if um Zephyr is okay?
Zephyr's fine.
Hmm.
Much like yourself, they might not look it, but they certainly know how to take care of themselves.
Hmm.
You're a right pair of very pretty flowers with very strong thorns when they need them.
Hmm.
And perhaps I shouldn't say this. I'm only meant to guide you on certain things, but speaking on a personal matter, I think you two make a cute couple.
Oh.
But before I go all motherly on you again, I suppose I should tell you why I'm here. Um,
Hmm.
you know, I'm sitting here and I think at some point I've already said what I was meant to say. Ah, yes, your power to help others and prevent harm, sometimes through having to harm those with ill intent.
Hmm.
Never be afraid to use it, but stick to your current path. Those with power need not use it in every occasion.
Hmm.
I mean, you pretty much have been acting on that mantra already, but I think it's the fact that you're getting quite strong now, and just always remember that what you can do does not define you. It's what you do is what defines you. And so far, you've been a delight to all you meet. Albeit that some hardly get to meet you because of your shy nature, but hey, maybe. No, I shouldn't tell you how to live your life. Though I really do think that. No, I shouldn't speak.
Oh. I don't mind. But. Hmm.
Well, let's just say if there is anything on the menu that Kriv likes but you don't, be sure to order your own food.
I wish I was strong like him.
You are strong, like him.
Uh-uh.
You should know that. How many wounds of his have you healed? How many?
A lot.
How how much of Malora's wrath have you thrown across creatures that would harm him, and utterly destroyed them?
Mhm.
His ways of Halor and the blade. Yours is of your sorcery and Malora's gift. Now, I wouldn't get into any sort of debate or argument as to which is stronger. But they need each other. And it's good you have each other.
Mhm. I, okay.
Okay? Can I get a smile?
Mm. I've been smiling this whole time, Galadia. Don't worry.
She leans in. She's pushes that smile a little bit bigger. Like pushes your cheeks up a bit. There you go. You gotta strengthen those muscles. Make your smile as big as your heart. Anyway. She ruffles your hair, but then like doesn't just take her hand off afterwards. She like brushes her fingers through it afterwards. Like it's like ruin it, fix it, like straight away.
Yeah.
Anyway, I best let you get to breakfast. If you ever need me, you know, I'm here. It may sometimes take me time to answer, but I am here.
Right.
Mm.
And Cyril close her eyes and wake up.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get back to the room. Nyom.
Yeah. Yum.
And we return. So, while those two things happen in respective rooms, this halfling woman is sitting at the table. Well, do not mind anything I say interrupting your breakfast. Please do enjoy, and as long as your ears are open. As and when you two think you would have time-wise ended up coming down here, then just hop in whenever. But anyway, my name is Paola, and well, someone's enjoying their breakfast. I'm not sure if you were meant to mute for the burp and then unmute.
I tried. Sorry.
No, it's just so that you were muted. You unmuted, burped, and then muted again.
I unmuted to take part in the conversation, then it snuck up on me.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, go on and speak. Speak.
I'll say Malbec would fix her a small plate of what they have in front. Help yourself a bit.
Oh, I intend to, but I was gonna let you and your companions eat first. Now, there's a number of rumors going around town as it is. Some of them I hope to be false, but one of which I may have heard a thing or two on. Well, I'll start with the ones that I thankfully think are false, but I don't know. Maybe it's good to keep you sort of alert of such things. I'm sure you, with all your skills of adventurer, seeing things better than I. But no, there's some folks saying that apparently some people think the town magistrate down at the hall has been replaced by some form of devil. There's been a lack of work coming out of the town hall as of late, and people think there's many things to be done, but he's just not handing it out. To be fair, I think he's just probably under a lot of stress and a heavy workload, but if you think there's anything devilish about it, then you do your adventuring thing. Off to the west of here are some old dwarven mines that apparently some of the miners have found what appears to be an underground river. That would be Falcon Hills up there. I do not think anything will really come of it, but apparently the miners are saying something about I think they're just confused it's there, but as far as I'm aware, channels of water under the ground is not exactly the most uncommon of things. Now, some of the folk around here have been worrying a bit about down to the southwest. And a couple of people from the northern have also... it's a bit of a silly thing, and I'm hard-pressed to believe it, but some folk have sworn by the fact that the wolves of the Bloodstained Fangs and the various parts of the wilds around here have gained sentience and been talking to them. But what the thing that is certainly not the most strange thing, but I think perhaps the most believable, is that I don't know if the name Burger means anything to you.
It is not familiar to me, no.
Well, even so, they're quite a notorious thief, said to be an immortal of some kind. But it is hard to pin down such stories when so much of it is rumor. But some have sworn they've seen signs of her hanging out around the Hall of the Scribes at the Observatorium. I dare say she may be disguised, but should there ever be such a person hanging out around the observatory, then... Oh, no, sorry. It doesn't say observatory, she says observatorium. I cannot think of me what they may be after, except maybe the Farsight crystals used to power the star-looking thing. The observer part of the observatorium. Some have said that such things are highly prized, and well, they were made for the observatorium, and there's, I think, only maybe 2 or 3 other observatoriums known to be in existence. If you would get the hands on such a thing, not only would it affect the research of the scribes, but, well, it's quite a part of the town that we'd rather keep.
I understand.
They would be very difficult to replace.
been. I don't believe me and my companions are in any sort of hurry. I will confer with the others when they come down, but maybe we can look into a couple of these matters. One of which should be fairly easy and quick to look into.
I would say if there was a thief trying to take um the far side stones of the observatorium, then I would say the middle of the day is probably when she'll try and do it, since it's going to be when that sort of chamber is probably
Not in use.
not as news and also at its hottest because of the crystal way that it's the light and such can make quite a bit of heat in a glass dome.
I see. I will relay these to my companions and we'll see what they think.
Right, well,
Side checker to make sure she's not like putting us into a trap like we would take the fall for the theft of the crystals.
Jeez.
yeah, sure, go ahead.
You've been reading too much manga. She's Burga and is setting us up as the scapegoat.
She is Burger. No, it's what is it? You're like in your own head. You're like, you can't even start to comprehend why she's talking to you at all. Like, this random stranger came up and started saying all this and like listing off these rumors as if you're supposed to be like interested in it, and like it seems so random that you're just like, what is going on with your insight?
And I'm probably still a little hungover.
Yeah.
Mr. Slept upside down.
The blood's not where it's supposed to be. Ah. And of course, should any of these things come to fruit, as it were, whenever it's been dealt with, if such a thing is need to be dealt with, then I'm sure the Magister, if he is himself, would be right glad to compensate you for your help.
Yes. Compensation would be good.
Now that I think about my old friend, the Magister, then maybe even investigating one of those things. If he refuses to pay you for him, then you can definitely know it's not him. He's one of the nicest men I ever knew in my life. Anyway, I feel like I've taken up enough of your morning, and from the sounds of it, I think some of your other friends from last night will be down soon. I thank you for getting me something to eat, but I think that small one you're with might appreciate this more than me. And she just gets down, like, off the scene. Just walks back across the tavern.
Curve watches her go.
Yeah, she goes. And she just sits back at the other table. Like, literally in the opposite corner of the tavern. Like, she's just staring out the window.
Groove takes his tea, looking at Fabric. It was an interesting encounter.
Does it happen to your group often?
No.
All right, you two, get your butt down here.
Hmm.
I was trying to say that Rivet came down, but my mic kept cutting out, so I was just fuck it.
Oh, sorry. What point did you join that conversation?
As soon as you got back,
Oh, okay. No,
from
fair enough.
my-
Sorry,
my mic just was not letting it happen.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
No, no.
Skylar was here for that entire exchange.
Rivet was just quietly standing back and listening to the conversation while waiting for it to finish out of people's sightline and just approaches at the end.
Oh, it's like I don't want to interrupt, kind of just standing awkwardly.
Yeah.
I guess at this point, Sarah will come down.
So,
Mhm.
what was that? All that about most. I only heard quite a bit.
Just a local relaying some local gossip that could be some work. And earn us some coin if we have the time. One of which might entice you, Rivet. Apparently, there's a thief that might be targeting the local observatorium, some sort of magic crystal thing that is used to observe the sky at night. It's very up your alley.
Hmm.
The easiest one
Some-
is the first she mentioned. A possibility, a rumor that she believed false, of the magistrate being some sort of fiend in disguise. Easily checked due to my abilities.
That also seemed rather pressing.
As I said, easily checked.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't imagine Kriv knows of any sort of magical item that might block his sense. Miles knows. Kriv doesn't.
Yeah, not that you can think of. But yeah, Rivet, you see on the bar the big plates of food to help yourself. Like this is kind of sitting there looking at all of it, and then just kind of like puts their front paws on the bar to like get up and look. Gets down again, looks over at you. Mother, none of this will crunch.
Rivet briefly looks up at the table and says, yes, it most of it does seem to be soft food.
Okay. Then just kind of wander back to the table.
Okay.
Just not sad, just no longer excited for breakfast. Like,
Mm-hmm. Just disinterested.
yeah.
Rivet grabs a fair amount to eat and sits down.
Sarah, you come down and you see a small plate of food next to Kriv that, from what you can see, appears to be for you.
Ooh.
Your own
Nice.
plate. It's time you graduated.
Sarah will probably be a little bit apprehensive at first, and look around, but then sit down and eat.
Mm-hmm. Well, converse as you may, and then I guess the best way of doing that is that when you're ready to move on, just say. Like everybody ready up when you're done. Icy interactions over breakfast.
Right.
We need to decide an order of what we're gonna do.
Well, as I said, it is easy enough to check the magistrates. And then my information for the observatorium was that it might possibly take place towards midday when the sunlight would be at its strongest, and that area would be more easily infiltrated. So we could swing by there. I guess the decision is how much time we want to devote to this area.
Apologies about the crunch. I just realized the mic was picking that up.
Through the her like little quest list she's made. I don't seem to have anything written down that seems to be pressing for time. So I don't have any objections to however long we need to take to help these people out.
So I need to refill my javelins. I think we do need some shovels if we're gonna keep digging.
I would prefer not to make it a habit, but it is proven that it is possibly a useful piece of equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Riv, shovel knight. Da, 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 da.
You find a +3 shovel of dawn.
Hey,
Yeah.
don't laugh. I might homebrew that.
Every morning at dawn, you may wield your shovel and gaze upon your farm, and say, "By the dawn, Father, may this earth be tilled, and all of your earth that needs tilling or manually plowing, basically, is suddenly just done."
Just a shovel that you can cast daylight and stuff out of without expending spell slots, stuff like that.
Also, it does either blunt, slashing, or piercing damage, depending on which bit of the shovel you use.
Hey, look, I've already got a character that uses a shovel as a weapon. I am not afraid to make another. All right. So I'm thinking, we can finish up breakfast, head over to the magistrate's office, and ask about some of this stuff. Permission to, at least with the observatorium, and I can check him out with my divine sense, which identifies fiends at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I figure we can do the shopping between then and noon. Right?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's try this when you get to the... So you head on through town. Let me grab the token, and you head to the town hall, which is here. Oh wait, that only dragged one of you. Hold on. Boop. Ba-da-ba-da. Boop.
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Fast travel unlocked.
You head through the stairs, and it's getting to 8 or 9 or pretty reasonable hour, and sorry, I just saw your gifts in general.
I put them in general. Yes.
Heading into the town hall, there's only like 4 people just hanging out around, checking the job boards, and one person at the desk. Just they seem to be collecting mail and stuff to kind of hate ground town. There is actually a horse outside, and you do see someone who's in full leather armor, hooded cloak, just big old messenger bag, just collecting some letters for the longer distance delivery. They turn and almost bump into your party because they're just not expecting that many people to be here. And oh, hey, Joshy. But they look at you. They oh, apologies. Sorry. I'm always in a rush. And they head off, and they hop on their horse, and they head off. And quick as they're gone, the person at the counter hands over a few parcels. This person's got I wouldn't call it a trolley, but it's quite quaint. It's basically a wheelbarrow, but it's just a square open top. It's a wheelbarrow, but it's square for putting packages and stuff in on a flat bottom without the usual wheelbarrow where it just kind of gather up. But it is a single wheel with 2 handles to be picked up like a wheelbarrow.
Interesting.
And they get all their parcels and whatever else, and they kind of pick it up, back up a little bit, look behind themselves, turn to kind of avoid you, and wheel it out with a couple of duk, duk, down the steps at the front. It's got a it's a wheel, but it's got these carved out little parts on it, so that it can actually get purchased on steps and stuff to go up steps easier. It's I don't know how you would even call that,
Notches or something like that?
yeah, almost like a gear, but the teeth would be extremely wide,
Mm-hmm.
There's only on quick glance there only seems to be 4 of these 2 or 3 inch wide gaps in it, where it has a good 2-inch depression just for it to better hook onto things and get up steps. And they head on down, and they head on out, and the person at the counter's looks at all of you, kind of looks through a bit of paperwork, and morning, everyone. I don't think we're expecting you for any reason.
No, we've just recently come into town last night.
Oh, visitors! Hello! Welcome to the Piers of Rawn.
Oh boy. I just started the tour guide anime cutscene.
Yeah, well, my name's Copernicus. I operate the front desk at the town hall, but I do quite a bit to, keep things running. How may I help you?
we've come to inquire with the magistrate about some possible work and to help during our time here at the in Rorn.
Ah, well, yes. I have to say, he give me quite a lot to do.
We would love to be able to ease your burden.
Oh, hey, Lux. Hi, Chiquille. Thank you. But yes, stream is going well. Right, let me check the books. Well, he's not got any meetings here, so... let me go check. I think I saw him pass earlier. And you're just seeing, like, bits of paperwork everywhere. There's, like, a pile of... very much like, the in-out office kind of thing. Like, and he's definitely got more in than out. Like, and he has the back, and you hear sort of the bit of like a like in the back, like.
Waits patiently to see how this goes.
And stepping out, I guess I should put it in characters, but either way, because I don't have a picture for them. That's Copernicus, not where'd it go? Where'd it go? It's Copernicus, not Copernicus.
Cap.
Cap. Yep.
Hat like the hat, not cup like the thing you drink out of.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're small enough, a cup can be a cap, but you know.
Yeah. But after a while, yeah. He comes back and kind of just looks at all of you. He's like, oh, apparently he's gonna come right out. Yes, he's rather interested to hear that we have visitors as well. And yeah, after a while, you see, you hear him a couple of steps before he comes into view, and you see this person who's... he's definitely got that wide stride of a dwarf, but he's definitely, yeah, dwarven built, dwarven strength of the facial hair, but he's like half a foot too tall, you know? like he's a 5'2" dwarf, like.
Oh. Yeah.
And you see that, like, his nose isn't like as typically bulbous, and on first glance he's like a softened dwarf who's a bit taller as well. He's just got a bald head, but this very large, almost white, but it's a warm white, like, you know, not quite like cream, but like sailcloth white. Mustache that it does just go straight out the cheeks, like, and also at the same time has just his chin has this thick beard that is knotted in this big braid that dangles down like almost to the belt, with this like appears to be silver like adornment of what you imagine to maybe be his like house sigil or something like that. And he comes over and goes, hello, friends. I did not hear we had visitors in town. I'm Molig Redgigik. Pleasure to
Kriv,
meet. He comes right over, hand just flung out for a handshake, like.
Kriv takes it and smells. Kriv Norixius, we literally came in just yesterday. And we were not certain how long we would stay. Kriv will, as he's shaking this man's hand, use Divine Sense.
You cast Divine Sense.
My eyes glint with the light of the sun for a brief moment.
Rivet will also cast Detect Magic, just in case.
Wow, that's a name. Retgigurk. Yeah, that's a name.
It's Redgigurk. There's two very hard G's in there. It's Redgigurk.
That's the name.
Yeah. Alright, so he just greeted a couple of strangers who suddenly had their eyes flash in divine light and another one in pinky kind of glow. And
A pink combination with Eldritch Blue.
yeah.
Don't remind me.
And he
Still
kinda-
need to talk to you about that.
He perks a very bushy, like Hitachi level eyebrows. Like
I'm already suspicious of him. He's a dwarf without any real beard. Blasphemy to the dwarven kind.
Hihachi. Hold on. Oh, Heihachi. Yeah.
Jeez. No, character sheet, don't do this to me. Work with me.
Alright, but yeah, those unfamiliar with the character, he got some serious, like, eyebrowage going on. And everything, basically, about his whole hair situation.
Very Doc Brown from Back to the Future, if I recall. Yep, I know this guy.
Yeah. But also, like, you know, equal thickness on the mustache, but it is one that does go out kind of brushy. And then he's got this full, like, it's not just the chin, or it might be, given how he might have quite a thick chin, but it kind of, like, lines up with the corners of his mouth as well as to where the hair starts. And then it's just really, like, it's not a full, like, face beard, yet it's still, like, super thick, and it's been, like, carefully braided to be this very strong, like, you could climb with his beard, you know? It could be used as freaking climbing rope. With his big old weight on
Lash some sea turtles, lash them together and made a raft. What did he use for rope? Human hair. Or
it.
dwarven hair. Alright.
But neither your detect magic or your divine sense go off. Well, they go off, but they don't detect anything. And he seems oblivious to your whatever you're doing.
My machinations.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah. Kriv will, of course, continue to shake the hand.
He shakes yours, then immediately to the next person, like shake hand, and
Oh, jeez.
you see with like with you, he's definitely got some of that dwarven spirit. He goes for the crushing handshake. You know, he sees you in armor. He sees Thorbrek, a barbarian. The two of you, yeah, he's that handshake's a competition. You know, that's like.
Am I making a strength check?
I would say just, you know, it's your strength scores are enough, in which he probably end up like he's like, oh, that's a good handshake. Oh, that's a good handshake. And then he's a bit more careful with Rivet's hand, but like, because it's so small. But you have how much strength,
as
Rivet?
strong as me.
Rivet's grip strength is fucking insane.
I think she's got the same modifier in strength score as I do.
Yes, but she is also a blacksmith. Blacksmiths have insane grip strength.
Yeah. Are you wearing gloves though?
She is wearing gauntlets.
Yeah, gauntlets. Oh yeah, don't you have ogre strength gauntlets or something?
No, she
No.
plans to make that for Syrah.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
I remember it coming up at some point. But he goes for it. But the second you grip, he's sort of like eyes just very briefly surprised, and then just a big fucking grin on his face as he gives you a like he's like, oh, I don't have to half-ass this. Goes for the proper like handshake, and he's like, well, that's a surprise. I should know not to judge a book by its cover, but you have a fine handshake as well, young lady.
It gives a warm smile.
And you there, and he goes to Syrah, and he offers a hand. Like, he doesn't go like handshake, he has it like palm up, like an offer to just take your hand rather than shake it, because you are small and
Okay.
dainty looking.
I mean, I'm about his height.
Yeah, but I mean in terms of
Yeah.
your like thinner,
Stature.
yeah, you're more petite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put my hand there.
As the older brother, Kriv is seeing Syrah interact socially and is feeling so proud.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He takes your hand and he just puts his other hand on top and just shakes like that, just a very gentle up and down. Like, and a pleasure to meet you all. Oh. Well. It's, welcome all to you to the Piers of Ron. What brings you here, if I might ask?
We were up north a little ways and decided to come down and see the sights. We're not really pressed for too much time in our journey and thought this might make a good place to see. We were just in the tavern this morning and we heard some rumors about possible work or things that are going around town, and we thought we might introduce ourselves and offer our services if you'll have us.
Oh, by all means. Well, there's a couple of things that might have come up that, well, I've been keeping off the job board a bit just because I haven't managed to get them verified yet, and also some of them might be a bit more dangerous than the usual sort of jobs that I would hang out, pop on the board there for folk around town. Some of the miners that live here have apparently found a underground river in the mines up in the Vulcan Hills there to the west. It should be nothing, but I think some of the more cautious folk might be worried that finding the underground river may lead to somewhere that, well, they haven't dug that deep yet. and they're worried about encountering anything that doesn't want to be disturbed. A bit of healthy paranoia keeps some of us safe, you know?
Of course.
But, I wouldn't say it's the most pressing things. I've just told them to not dig further down that tunnel for a bit. And, I had a couple of folk, actually, I think we're up to about 6 or 7 of them now. Apparently, some of the wildlife has started talking to people, and they've been a bit too smart for their own good, and
Just thinks of Solda, Blix, all the other animals he's encountered that are like talking to him telepathically.
like there's been hunters and stuff coming back with not much to say for their hunt, but they're bringing stories of like wolves coming up to them and saying, "This is our hunting ground, and go away, otherwise we'll hunt you," and stuff like that. Like, I think some of these people work too hard. They need to take a few days for themselves, spend some times in the baths, and maybe go fishing rather than hunting for a bit. Stay around people, have a conversation, socialize a bit more. I feel some of these people just get a bit too disconnected from, being a person.
I'll say this right now, Otto. I feel heavily called out as an introvert.
Albert will think back upon his time with the druids. Would there be anything druidic magic-wise that could cause something like that?
Make me a.
If it's magic, it would be Arcana check.
It would be Arcana check, but it's also like the druidic magic that maybe he's. Yeah, Arcana check. No. You've seen druids communicate with animals, but they haven't exactly spoken back. They've just seemed to have understood. Like. Like, yeah, you've seen the druids commune with animals, but the animals didn't. Might have made noises, but definitely didn't say anything back.
I mean, Kriv took a mushroom once that could probably make animals talk.
Hmm. Oh, well, other than that, well, apparently, bit of a legend that goes round. A thief goes by the name of Burger, and not the delicious kind.
Yes.
I can't chuckle every time. Right, apparently, this immortal thief that people have spoken about, apparently some people are saying they've seen him. I don't know what they'd be doing in town, or what they could even want here, but if they're just seeing the sights, then let them go through, I say. But, I've passed on the guards to keep an eye on some of the more prestigious houses around town.
We're still out in like the main area, right?
Yeah, he's just like chatting to you about the stuff in the lobby, you know?
Kriv's going to sort of like smile and lean a little bit closer. I'm not sure the houses or what they might be after. Rumor we heard is that the observatorium might be their target, considering what's kept there.
No. Well, you've been hearing certainly more detailed rumors than I. Who've been... I'm just wondering who seems to know so much about it. But hey, if you got a good lead, then, well, best of luck following it.
So we can look into it again. We wouldn't want to investigate without your permission.
Oh, well, by all means. I if my mum always told me that unless your gut says otherwise, always trust in the kindness of strangers. If they're a rotten sort, your gut'll tell you, she says. You'd smell it a mile off. But if you look someone in the eye, and there's kindness in them, and trust them until otherwise stained, I guess we'll say.
Sounds like a wise woman.
Aye, she was. Magistrate before me, she was.
Well, I'm sure that the city is in good, capable hands with you at the helm then.
Oh, I try to keep myself a level head. Thankfully, so far, not too many disputes needing me to step into, but a day is young, as they say. But anyway, I could suppose. Hold on. Oh, Copernicus, you got one of those... No, don't worry. Pass me a bit of paper and a pen. You've clearly got quite a pile there already. And she's like, yeah, nice of you to notice, Molly. I'm getting through it as quick as I can. And he's gonna stop and... Excuse me a sec. And he kind of like steps around the back of the counter and oh. Did you get enough sleep last night? Oh, yeah, fine. Alright, well.
Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, he seems to be just chatting to Copernicus, and he just... Alright, we'll carry on. If anything is wrong, you will tell me, wouldn't you, Copernicus? He's like, yes, I'm fine. And he takes a sip of tea and just carries on working. Anyway, and he gets a bit of parchment, and Molly just writes her up a quick, like, "Hi, Molly, to give these people permission to investigate into this matter. Please accommodate them in any way that does not invade your own privacy beyond a comfortable limit." And signs it. He he gets he's got like a signet ring that matches the thing hanging from his beard, and he just stamps it, hands it over to you. Well, congratulations, you are now on official Piers of Vaughan business.
Appreciate it.
Oh, hopefully it's nothing, but hey, if it is something, at least I seem to have got a good bunch of people here to sort it out for us.
And we'll do our best. Priv does like a salute before tucking the missive away. I now have like so many missives in my freaking.
Ah, oh, I see. Someone's got some form of military discipline in him, and he just claps you on the arm instead of like saluting back. It's just like like, like he's just a friendly guy. Yeah, and then I guess he doesn't shoo you out, but he also doesn't stop you from leaving. You know. But yeah,
I now have the writ from General Sunmane, the writ from Groken, and now this guy's writ. As I said, I have a lot of writs at this point. Just collecting them. Soon I'm going to have one from every town. Rivet looks for magic items. I look for paperwork with the signature of an important person.
just making a collection. All right. It's getting to about that point that I guess before we move on to the next bit, we should take our break.
Okay.
Don't everyone take 10 minutes or so, and I'd say type it in the tavern channel when you are back and ready, just so like I can visibly see, like I can check to see when everyone's ready to go again.
And
Roger, Dodger.
All right. See you soon. Well, hey everybody. It's oh yeah, my image isn't reacting because I muted on Discord, but this is my DM artwork. It is the PNG I will be using for Dragonfall, just so I'm not being a distraction from the story with my fully animated self. But it is nice to see you, Weedy, Sly, Joshy, Chikil, and Lux. I hope you're all enjoying the session so far. Just gonna look up a few things while we're on break. I've got enough hydration, although I should stretch. Give me a moment. I am here, and I think most people are back. We have one still getting stuff. Most of you are back. Good, good. You have plenty of hydration and snacks and stuff.
Yes, I am. I have my. I finished dinner, so I'm sufficiently full, and I've got my pitcher of hydration.
I still had my second burrito, so I took a few bites of that.
Nice. So, funny story. My container of hydration was full at the start of the break, so I'm like, I don't need to go get any more. I've got a full can. And I've just been sitting here sipping the entire break, and now it's gone. So I actually need to go refill it now.
Okay.
Yeah, I should probably refill my water bottle too, to be honest. Whatever.
Okay. Easily fixed. I have my hydration again. Alright. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Sky is back but not quite ready, but we can really start conversing. And hey, quick thing before we get going again. I put up a stream a while ago, but I think everyone was lurking. You ever tried bulgogi sauce?
Yes, I have HelloFresh, and I've had several dishes that use it.
I got handed to it when I was visiting the cafeteria. And she straight up says, "Hey, take this. I know it says on it for use to marinate and to cook with it, but just use that as dipping sauce. Trust me." Like, and I tried it, and it was good.
Yeah, I've used it as a topping for like this meatball rice dish several times. It's real good.
I think I've made that exact dish before from HelloFresh.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
I've done that in the firecracker meatballs. Oh, so good.
They're so good.
Yeah. According to the bottle, it's just soy sauce and pear. I don't believe that. There's probably way more in here. Like, it's too good to be just that simple. Anyway, now we're actually gonna get on topic. So, yeah, you exit the town hall. And
All
the
right.
day is yours.
So it's
Didn't detect any magic while we were talking with the magistrate.
didn't identify as any sort of fiend or undead. So
Oh, just to be clear, pretty much, like, here, and most of the buildings either side of it, this whole bit here is just an open air fish market. Like, these buildings at the sides are like closed parts, but definitely this patch in the middle is like right off the freaking piers themselves, boats coming in, just all sorts of fish.
keep an eye on Blix. Make sure they don't run off with any.
Yeah. I mentioned it more just for the kind of vibe as you're like in that part of town, is that you hear a lot of people like, you know, trying to sell their stuff and people comparing fish sizes.
I mean, that's what they do.
Not the size that counts, it's how you cook it.
Anyways,
Size doesn't matter, it's how you fillet and prepare it. I'm so sorry.
So it's probably still earlier in the day. You can probably swing by a store, get javelins and possibly a shovel,
Yeah, I'd say it's
And
about 10-ish.
and then head from there to the observatorium to check the place out for this possible immortal thief. Any objections?
Sounds alright to me.
All right, then. To the market we go. I guess we're looking for a general goods and or weapons shop.
And Rivet's head will be on a pivot for any magic shops also.
Okie dokie. I forget which one I said was the general store last time. Doesn't matter. Okay, I'm gonna say this large yellow building next door. You notice quite a bit of foot traffic heading in there and through there. And as you start to approach, it's less of a general goods store and more of like a trade station. Like, you're coming in through the front door, as is the foot traffic, but you see that, like, it's quite an open building. You can kind of see that, like, at the back is basically a wagon and, like, entrance. And you also see a bunch of people there just with crates and whatever. Basically buying and selling offloading goods and stuff, and it's almost like this is partially a storehouse as well as the general goods store. Like anything that doesn't have a specialized shop ends up being here because it's what am I trying to say here? Is it like an emporium or something? Yeah, an emporium. Yeah, place of trade. A commercial center, yeah. A store carrying many different kinds of merchandise. Yeah, it's an emporium. Okay, Why is that? Okay, yep, you head on in there. You notice that most of the people here don't seem to be customers at this hour. This seems to be just like morning trade hours. So even with it being quite busy, there are enough people working here to handle the trade. And you see that there is a counter that has a short queue, like 2 or 3 people. You see people buying bait and tackle, new lines. Well, no, the lines and stuff would probably be... Someone would make those and... would they sell them here or would they just... No, there'd be a... Actually, no, there'd be a bait and tackle shop, like, closer to the docks. Even though this is still quite close to the docks, like... In fact,
World building.
actually, no, I imagine you could get it here, but the guy who runs his own little shop would probably be like, why didn't you get it for me? Like,
Gotta support those small businesses, yeah.
yeah. But yeah, you know, firewood, coal, like, all the general goods. You see people just getting what they need for the day. People picking up cloth, like more like raw cloth rather than like a specialized cloth of any kind. Not the sort of stuff you'd see in a tailor, but more for like fixing bedding, like threading and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Gotcha. All right. Kriv will line up in the queue to see how things progress. See, are there stuff on display, or does it look like you go to the counter and be like, "Hey, do you got this?"
There are things on display on the walls and stuff. You notice there are like guards just posted in like the corners, like they're not. And there's there's
It's not a grab your items, bring them to the counter. It's a go to the counter and be like, "Hey, do you have this kind of thing?"
yeah, like you ever see those like Victorian chemists where there's like a pulley system and stuff for behind the counter where you see someone be like, "Hey, can someone fetch me like this much cloth?" And you just see that you hear from the back like, "Yeah," and eventually just this not even like pretty much a basket with the stuff they asked for just comes along this pulley system, and then they like hand it over. Very rudimentary pulley system. It's functional and not pretty. Like you can see all the rope along the ceiling and stuff like that. But yeah, it doesn't take too long. Like there's still like 2 counters for general, like the trade use, rather than the about six or eight people you're not sure at the back handling like intake of goods. And eventually you get called up.
Kriv steps up to the counter. Good morning.
There you go, morning. Yeah. Hey, welcome. Hmm?
No.
No,
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. What can we? What you looking for?
I'm looking for a good, sturdy shovel that will that I can travel with and make use of, and my companion here is looking for some javelins or something equivalent.
I mean, we do have some javelins. I would say. Kind of looks around a bit. There's a smith a bit down the ways. Maybe see if they've got any in stock before you come to us for it. Like, I would imagine they've got some, but a shovel. Traveling, you say. So, would you need it to fold? Would that be easier?
That could potentially be better, yes, because above game Kriv's like, oh, I can fit that in the haversack as opposed to just like sticking it on the side of it.
All right. Well, let's see. And you see him flicking through this freaking massive tome of stock. Like,
Jeez, it's the freaking IKEA catalog.
but he seems quite proficient with it. Like, he's like, shovels. All right, that's under tools, and that goes to there. Like, you see these big, thick dividers, like dividing it by like type of good. Like, there's a weapons, armor, tools. Like,
shovel can be used as a weapon.
Like,
there's literally stats for shovel as a weapon.
Yeah, there's literally like building materials, seeds, and other gardening. Like, he just like grabs straight across. All right, yep, we got some of them. The standardized one is 2 gold, and we got the folding one for also 2 gold. It's just a bit smaller than the standard shovel. Given the fact that it needs to be folding.
Kriv thinks about that. I mean, a shovel's a shovel.
It's basically the difference between a full-size shovel and like a entrenching tool. Like,
I get ya. I mean, entrenching tools can be used as weapons. Can you tell that I'm like, okay, can I use this as a weapon? I need Tavern Brawler.
I will say the folding one also doubles as a pick, should you ever need one. It's just make sure to keep the hinge properly maintained. Not hinge, the folding mechanism.
Understood. Yes, I'll take the folding one then.
Alright. And he like leans to his side and just grabs this like bit of brass pipe, and he just kind of like puts his mouth very close to it and just kind of goes, "What do you want entrenching for the phone?" And you kind of hear it like in the back just get projected out, like just the most basic hell, I think it's like they have them in some kids' playgrounds at this point, but like it's actually going from a smaller piece to a larger, so it actually just amplifies the voice in a different part of the building. But yeah, soon enough, you just hear from the back someone just be like, "On it!" And soon enough, just as this crate comes swinging by, and he just stands up, turns around, grabs this folding tool out of it, and puts it down. And he goes, "Right, just before you hand over your gold," picks it up, it's folded, it's unfolds it, it's a, so you can get to this point, shove this bolt in, shows that it stays in place. You got the pick mode, and also if you're trying to like use it as more like a trowel, and then if you fold it all the way this way and it like straightens out, so it's just the head of the shovel head like being flat out, and then you stick that in there, you hear the click, then it's a shovel, and you put your thumb on this bit, push it down, pull the bolt out, and it moves again. And put it back this way. You got the leather cover for the pick side, and now it's won't pierce through your pack or anything. Right. Just puts it on the counter,
Incredible.
slides it through the little like through his window. It's fully open because of the size of the goods he has to trade in, but he still puts it.
Yeah. Criv will slide over the 2 gold for the shovel.
Thank you very much. And he
Dun, 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 dun.
goes under the counter, and you just hear like chink chink of money hitting money. Right. May you never be short the tools you need again. Now, anything else? Jeb. Okay, we've got 'em, but being part of the local group of traders, we'd rather you go to the person who's wait, hold on. No, he would know what to say in this moment. I just my brain stopped.
Support the local business.
Yeah, I'd rather. Yeah, we here, as supporting of the traders of the Traders Guild of Rawn, would rather you head to the blacksmith and buy directly from them if they have any in stock before resorting to the trade station.
Understood. We'll do that. Thank you for the goods and service.
You do look. Oh dear.
Okay. Hold on.
There was some noise.
That was a lance possibly falling.
Oh dear.
Give me a Okay, back. He was just doing his usual jump to the top of the screen and cling there like Spider-Man before dropping to the floor.
Okay. Alright, oh, and given the fact that you appear to be adventurers of sorts, should you be looking for anything that's exotic, please divert your attentions to the display items. Here is the current sheet of everything that's on that wall, and he slides you over this bit of paper.
Curve will look at it. He's broke, but you know.
Yeah. there is a it's okay. So there's a great axe, funnily enough, that's engraved with a holy symbol of an unknown iconography.
Ooh, could I look at this axe and try and identify the iconography?
You can indeed. It would be a religion check.
All right, dice, you're my first roll of the night. Let's do this. Hiya! You have failed me, dice.
You've been failed, have you? 8. Yeah, you don't recognize it.
Okay. Cool. It's a two-handed weapon, and I don't really use those anyways.
Yeah. But
Last.
it's like it even says the paper like we do not recognize the iconography, but we have figured out that it sheds light.
Looks side-eye at the radiant maul that Fabric has from Rivet.
Yeah.
He and Genji are in love.
You look over at Rivet, and her eyes has casted. Not being.
You cut out a little bit during that. Looked over at Rivet, you see their eyes are.
I'm
In
assuming
fact,
she-
blue.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I am assuming she cast detect magic, is what she said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Yet you see the magic on it. You see the school that would allow it to.
Light is
Shed
evocation.
light. Evocation. That's it. I thought it was evocation. I should have gone with my gut.
Mm-hmm.
I should have just said that with confidence while actually not being sure.
It's weird that it is, but it is.
Yeah.
I looked it up for a character background thing.
You see, there's 2 shields. One of them it says, okay, it's a very heavy steel shield that it we have identified the strange pattern in the metalwork to be partially electrum.
You have my attention.
And you have a okay, there is magic on it, Skylar. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get the school, because this is tricky when it gets to the magic items, what school that ends up being.
Yeah.
Some of it is literally just like you have like because +1 items are like they wouldn't have a specific school, but so you have to like figure it out. Like, would that be transmutation? Would it be enchantment? It's so hard to figure
It's
those
definitely
things.
enchanted. That's what you get. Although you feel like, okay, you're looking at it, you're like, well, if we ever actually get it, then that's gonna need a full identify. Like,
Mm-hmm.
then you see next to it this another heavy steel shield, and you notice. Does your detect magic detect the strength of magic, or just magic is there?
It sees magic as an aura, so you could
It
postulate.
has.
that this-
We've judged that it can before.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
It's.
this shield has a stronger magic presence to it. Although it has this. The face of the shield is frankly one that appears to be there to cause as much intimidation to the enemy as possible. It is this large, screaming, distorted face with like some form of black, maybe obsidian or something, that just gives it this illusion of an endless void inside the mouth.
Jeez, sounds like a Gorgon shield or something like that.
Um,
Hi, buddy. You're in my seat.
and you see on it, it's like, it's historians discovered this in the crypt of the okay. Shield was discovered within the crypt of the Lich Swotrima. Thankfully, Lich must have been slain at some point. I only found one book with the name in it. And there's 2 rods on the as well there. We've discovered that this rod emits a thin ray of red light upon command. Not seeing a purpose yet. And the other one is, this one turns into a snake. And it's another rod of the python.
Keep seeing those.
Yeah, different snake, still like a python variety. It was just made differently, like visually.
So interested in that half electrum shield. Yeah, the scary one is stronger, but I just want to be like, well, hey, could we have someone who knows how to identify? Would you like us to tell you what all these things do?
Well, you notice the prices are also on the piece of paper, as they have already been assessed. The Great Axe is marked down for 2,320 gold pieces.
I don't think I've ever owned that at all in this entire campaign. Getting close to that.
The heavy shield with the Electrum, 1,170. The extremely scary shield is up there with 9,170.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
The rod of ray of red light is at 11,000.
Despite not knowing the purpose of it, Jesus.
Well, given the price, you think maybe someone knows the spell.
I'm sorry, 11,000?
Yeah. And the functioning rod of the python, 13,000.
Leo.
You're not sure if these are fair prices, but they are there. Plain as day.
Cool. It was like 2,000 something for that electrum shield.
1,170.
1,170.
It's actually like the cheapest item there.
Yeah, I have 100 gold. Do they look like they would buy? Here's a question: do you or anyone in town purchase spell books?
Oh,
Above game, we got 2 spell books that none of us can use.
I mean,
None of us can use right now.
Copy.
Okay, you talk among yourselves, and then we can talk business after.
Can't use them right now. None of us are a wizard.
Rivet isn't right now. I'm still debating whether or not I want to take a look later.
we discussed about maybe me getting rid of my bracers. We could trade them in for a cash here if you want the shield.
I've got a really nice shield with. I mean, it's a basic shield, but it's been infused to have an additional +1, and it has that repulsion effect that I've never used. Just we've got these 2 spell books from that guy whose house who was burnt to a crisp that we got the brazier from that Rivet fixed. Just I feel we have these and we're not using them, and it could potentially be used to get some stuff. Like, unless can you make scrolls from a spell book that you don't have, or does it have to be a spell you know?
I believe.
Pretty sure it has to be.
Yeah.
To be a spell you know, so it's like you can't make scrolls from them unless Rivet really decides, okay, I'm going to take levels in Wizard. There's no point in holding on to them at this point in time.
I mean, look, I would say take them to. Oh, let's see, would they? Maybe at the observatorium. There is a purveyor of magical goods in town, but in terms of spellbooks themselves, maybe an actual practitioner, who he may be. But there are specific places for such goods in town. We, of course, will buy them. We buy pretty much anything, but exact values.
That was the question. If there's someone other than you who might purchase these items from us.
Oh, yes. Well, there's a number of people popped up on the bridge there that typically like selling magical trinkets, but those that come and go, well, I've not had any direct reports about any of them being shysters, so that's something. That's...
Alternatively, what we could do is find a magic practitioner and for a fee, be like, hey, we got spell books with spells in them. You want a copy from them?
Well, if you're looking for active practitioners, I would say head up to the academy. If you just head out the trade entrance at the back there, take a left, your first right, and head up that path. You'll see it. It's a big. It looks like a pair of buildings, but they're joined at the back by a third part of this building. It's a place of learning, though, for mundane and arcane and divine topics, so do keep your voice down.
Building.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought, based off the description. Yeah, I mean, that's an alternative. We keep the books and just sell the spells in it as sort of a, hey, do you want to copy these spells? They're like, if Ro was still with us, be like, hey, here's spell books. And if I don't know what Shiko has planned, so
Well, it wouldn't
matter.
Yeah.
At this point in time, with what I know and what we've got, it's like we've got these books that are just taking up space and we're not using. So theoretically, we can either sell them for money, which we can use to buy equipment and stuff that we can use, or we keep them and sell them as like a service. Like, hey, do you want to copy some of these spells for like a lesser fee than buying the whole book? Or if Rivet decides I want to learn magic intricately, which let me tell you, I'd be a lot more happy with them taking frickin' levels in Wizard than Warlock, than what's happening to them. But that's above game knowledge. But that's my thought process with these, because we've got these books. I don't even know what's in them. Just we found 2 spell books. We're in Burning Man's house, so I assume it has something to do with conjuration, given what he was studying and the item he was messing with. That's an assumption.
Yes.
Oh, I'm dying.
You know, now I think about it, if there are spells that the Academy needs, then of course they'll probably buy the book to scribe them for learning purposes.
Well, we can stop by the blacksmith in the school and see how things shake out. Thank you. You've been very helpful.
Oh, no, it's my pleasure. No one was waiting anyway, so...
All right.
This being the other teller, like...
Yeah. I will nod, and then if there's nothing, he can't think of anything else, so he's ready to leave.
You notice this teller's like talking to you, looks at that scary freaking shield, kind of shivers a bit. It's just like looking back, just sort of... Just like, I wish somebody would buy that fucking thing. Just get rid of it.
That thing's what, like 30,000 gold? Oh, that was one of the rods.
Well, the Rod of the Python is 13, not 30. But yeah, that heavily magic shield is like 9,170.
That was it. That was it. It was like 9,000. It was like the third most expensive. It was 13 for the adder, 11 for the unknown spell, and then that shield.
If it weren't for the fact that I can't use a shield with my two-handed weapon, I'd try and trade it, but again, that would also pump my AC.
Yeah, it's, like... I know I made an oopsie letting you have those braces as the turtle and having your AC be that high as the barbarian. But at the same time, I don't have a good reason that you would get rid of them. So, yeah. Because enemies you face aren't thrown around disintegrate at this point, you know? And plus also, if you did get disintegrated, magic items just fall off and stay there. Yeah. It's tricky to destroy magic items, and...
Yes.
I don't know, I'm glad that, like, I appreciate that you are okay losing them. I just don't know how it would happen. And also, I'm not sure if Thobrik would have a reason to be so willing to get rid of them. Yeah.
You as a player have that intent and possibility, but Thobrik wouldn't. Right. So currently, our plan is to go to the blacksmith and possibly go to the school to either sell or rent out the spell books for transcription. And then head over to the observatorium for reconnaissance. That's where I'm looking at.
Yep, I believe... Hold up, I think... Did Rivet visit the blacksmith in this town yesterday?
I don't think so.
No. Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to think whether or not I already established where it would be. But... I'd say... Here. Yeah.
I'll let Thobrik handle his purchases.
Yeah, and basically you head up here, and then you get to this crossway, and you can already hear it, like the metal being worked, the clang clang. And, the blacksmith here is... Okay. So, this... Like, here is a building, but, like, this part is got a roof on it, but it's open, kind of like the blacksmith in the first village you get to in Skyrim, where, like, it has, like, that building attached to it, but it's out in the open on this side, where you see like the forge is kind of against the wall of the building itself, and it kind of like it shares the smokestack with what you imagine to be a fireplace inside the building. And yeah, outside with a nice view of the river and everything, you just approach and you see a surprisingly strong looking, blackened in places, typical like blacksmith marks and wounded elven figure who is still quite like lean and wiry, but they have the how would you call it? A very cut physique. Like they look strong, but not like a bulky strong. They just have that strong but lean look. Yeah, like you see the muscle, and there's hardly any like fat on them at all. Like kind of thing where they've just been chiseled down from the blacksmithing work and sweating off weight all the time. And they're just hammering away. They got a light reddish hair, and they're wearing this leather mask over most of their face, and a pair of goggles, because they don't want to get any sparks and stuff in their eye. Like they're certainly a little more cautious than say some other smiths. They're wearing the safety gear.
Rick would position himself so that the other smith could see him, so that he could like finish his work without like messing it up.
You see, like these. It's as part of the mask. The mask isn't attached by a strap around the back. It's attached by like leather ear caps. Like protecting their ears, and you see one of them kind of move, and it tugs the mask up a little bit on one side, and they look over, and they're like, "Oh, hey, just give me a sec." And they hammer it out, they flip it over, they get down low and kind of like check it straight and quench it. They you notice that as they pull off one of the ear caps, there is a bit of like stretchy material attaching it to the main part of the mask, and they pull it off, and you see a light bit of burning over like the right cheek, which may have been an incident. It's very close to their eye, but doesn't quite, like, you know, the area under the eye, like that's burnt a little bit diagonally upwards to the side of the eye. You feel that they've had an incident, and that they were like very lucky it didn't get them directly in the eye. And they look over to you and well, hello there. What be bringing you to my forge here today? And they hit you with a far stronger, like, country, like, out in the sticks accent than maybe you're expecting from the rest of the people in the town, who have a more just kind of like, they have an accent, but it's not like a freaking thick one. Like,
Recently used up all my javelins, so I was hoping to restock on them.
oh well, I'll tell you, I got a number of them. I fell out of love with the bow and arrow quite many days ago, and yeah, javelin's been good for my grip strength and my arm with the smithing and all that. I always keep a good number in stock. Got them inside. Yeah, go on in, my friend. And God, my accent went all over the place there, but blah. I don't think I'll be seeing you folks before. When do you all get into town?
Yeah, even.
Oh well, it's always good to see new folk about. And he opens the door and heads on in. And it's just heads in. It's like much like a lot of things. Like the front third of this building is like shop counter, and then like behind it, it looks more like a living area than anything else. But like at the front, he's got his weapon stands that kind of just go all the way up the wall to make the most of the space. And he heads over to this barrel, and he's just. But it's got pole arms and stuff, but he pulls out a number of javelins as well, and I gotta ask you, how many of these will you be wanting?
Get around 8 of them.
Bundle of 8, alright. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. He just goes, grabs a bit of like rope to make him into like a bundle, you know? Let's see, that would be... What is that? It's 2 for a gold, which will make it 4 gold for 8 of them.
And it is much appreciated.
Are you, before you go, I must ask, are you often in a position where you'd be able to get your javelins back?
Not particularly.
Alright, no, never mind. No, I'm just asking, because I got some slightly better ones that'll keep their point a bit better, but these things are designed to throw away quite literally, so... Yep,
Man.
there you go.
I do try to retrieve them when I can, but some break.
Some may do, yeah, but well, a lot of my brothers and sisters would be a bit of a shame to see it, but I may have taken a rather delicate material and made some javelins out of it. Oh, yeah, hold on. He goes out the back and he goes and he just gets this, yeah, it's just a bit of cloth. He undoes the belt that's around it, and he just rolls out on the floor, like right in front of you. And there are 4 javelins made out of this silvery metal that has the slightest hint towards a bluish color. And they look extra pointy. No, big fella like you won't need any of the help with this sort of thing, but I went ahead and I certainly teachings of my father with working with mithril and such, and I made some javelins out of it. Now, my father would be rather upset to see these, but I tell you, they definitely won't break on you, but they'd be a bit more painful if you accidentally toss one off a cliff or something.
Only got 10 gold left.
But if you think that you'll be better off just stocking up on regular old javelins, then, well, I'll probably use these personally for a while, and I don't know. I don't often get a chance to go and, test them out and stuff, but I've thunked them into many a different log, and they ain't chips in, like, even... I haven't seen a little bit of, deflection or other smith terms they use in Forged in Fire when something malfunctions.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah.
Critical malfunction.
But
How much for the 4?
for the 4 of them, as a full set, I'll have a mind to let them go for 100 gold for 4. Then if any of them break on you, I'll tell you this. You bring them right back to me. I'll either give you your gold back or I'll make you some more.
You know, 10 gold after buying those 4. Sadly, my purse isn't S. It's quite light,
Aye.
but
Well, I'm putting the price basically on my own time, and of course, it's not certainly the cheapest material to come by. I have my sources, but Well, I'm sure they'll probably still be here. Should you find yourself with enough coin.
Hopefully these jaws will give us some coin that you can buy them.
we have a couple of jobs lined up in town that might pay well.
Hmm.
Hopefully, I'll be able to buy them before we leave.
Oh, and I don't know if it's just me, but he picks it up and he quickly undoes the grip on it, and he kind of holds it out to you without a place to actually grip it, and he says, I don't know if maybe I'm mad, but that felt a bit too light for tossing, so I added a bit of a weighted material to the grip there, and he hands you just this singular, perfectly shaped piece of mithril in a javelin, without the grip on it, and it weighs a pound at most. Whereas usually a typical javelin would be 2 pounds.
Feasible javelins.
And then he just lets you feel it, and then he claps the grip stuff over it and just pulls the there's not a buckle that you would feel when you're gripping it. It's it buckles up with the buckle kind of being on the inside of it. It's flush. And you feel that, yeah, like weighted clothing straps. It's added that extra weight you're used to with javelins. This material that seems to have, well, it's of course grippy on the inside for obvious reasons. but like a good leather on the outside. In itself just weighs a pound added onto it. Like but what are your sorry, well, what are your thoughts on it? I don't know if it's just me being used to the standard thing or what, but I don't know. I felt like I didn't trust my arm with such a light piece of material. I feel like I would throw it much further than I intended.
Agreed. Those who throw javelins a lot are used to that weight.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't just me. But anyway, if some of these jobs pay out well, I'll keep them here for you. Not like there's many people looking for javelins, especially such. Not unless they're planning to throw them into the river to catch fish.
I have no idea how to play this up. Okay.
He's standing looking for you to kind of respond. You're standing there looking at him like.
Rick is not good with people, even though he has a +2 charisma.
Well,
I hope to make the money at bottom soon, because I can feel it would be a boon. And he will set the one day hand them down with the others. You have done great work.
no, he smiles almost like a full like Loki smile at that, like just a big old yeah, yeah, maybe a bit too wide for his face. Oh well, you got thank you. But well then, hopefully see us. Oh, the name's Tong. Ulrich. Well, Ulrich, maybe seeing you real soon.
Hope so. Shake hands if you can, and head out with these 8 javelins.
Yeah. He goes to shake your hand, still wearing the smith gloves, and he's just like, it's the thing. Like, he does the work, but he's still maybe like a 14 strength kind of handshake. Like, anyway, all right. Well, I'm gonna rolls up the mithril javelins, just takes them in the back, and we'll kind of wait there for a second so you don't feel compelled to stay because of conversation.
Yeah. I walk out and rejoin the rest of the party.
He like didn't know how to deal with that situation either, so just removed himself. All right, yeah, we're back with the rest of the party. And the next was the academy stay, right?
Yeah. What time is it actually?
Okay, going from there, bit of trade over there, talking back, like 10:30. Say that it's like
Okay.
a half hour.
Yeah. To the academy, see if we can sell or rent spellbooks. Speak now, Skylar, or forever hold your peace.
I'm
Alright.
still undecided on that.
Well, the indecision is going to possibly cost you.
As you approach the building, you see that there is this fence between the two entrances that has like a bit of a playground like inside of it. It's always funny when you look at these things that academies with secure playgrounds and stuff often end up looking like prisons. Just with the fences aren't quite as high, you know. But yeah, there's the two entrances. It's like on the face of it, there's no way really to tell which one's which. Yeah, it's like, I think I remember correctly saying it. It's like a schoolhouse, but it's also a what is it? It's like a trade academy. Like, what was the term? I think Skylar said it, but it's like you gotta either learn like carpentry or smithing or like
Trade school is what those are called.
trade school. Yeah.
Go to school to learn a trade.
Yeah.
I'm melting over here.
But yeah, I say after a quick conversation with the people at the front desk, you end up on the right side, which, for the sake of the wordplay, is on the right side in terms of when you're facing the building. You step in, and there's a girl on the front desk with jet black hair, big pair of glasses, this very book-learned type. Just kind of like looks up at you, and then just kind of just looks at you expectantly.
Hello.
Morning.
We've come to this place because we've heard it's an academy of learning and a place where practitioners of the arcane arts reside.
Oh, you actually... Right. Sorry, I'm so used to being mistaken for next door. Yes, we are the Academy of the Arcane Arts, not the arts, as some would call them. Some people with less intellectual minds. But what can I do for you?
We have in our possession a couple of wizard tomes that we unfortunately are not able to make much use of. As such, we are looking to either sell them outright or possibly for a fee lend them to the academy so that you might be able to copy any spells that you do not have
Way to go.
from the books.
I don't know. My pig.
Typically, if we are
I
going
think it was
to...
just the box.
Sorry,
Oh,
Sky?
hello. Oops. Yeah.
Oh, I think
I don't
Sky
think
was
she's
meant to be
realized.
muted. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she realizes her microphone is on.
Ah, shoot. I have a shot glass up that is shaped, and it fell off of the desk.
Shaped
Oh.
like tits.
Yeah. And it hit my. It on top of that, it hit my onion. So that's
Well,
Oh.
an interesting shape for a shot glass.
my partner gave it to me. Who's also in the.
Cut them off. Just click.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. All right. Well, for the sake of learning more than just the spells, but also the wizard who may have formerly owned this tome, we typically buy tomes, not borrow.
Understandable.
You can learn a lot from how a spell is written in the tome, regardless of what spell it is. Plus any fun little notes and such that someone may have left. Age of the paper, ink used, all sorts.
See?
But I would. If you would please step over to here, just past the desk. I'm just going to make sure that nobody sneaks in while I'm gone, and kind of like gestures you to get further into the building. And she, once you're no longer in that area, well, she'll cast a alarm spell, basically.
Hero? I know what that spell is. I use it all the time.
Yeah. Right, this way, to the library. The archivist will have to evaluate the books and give you a price. It's not my... I'm not there yet, let's say.
Understood. That Criff will follow.
You go and you end up in a Magic Academy's library. We all know like the kind of vibe from that sort of place. It's definitely, it's not overly magical. It's very similar to yeah, going back to Skyrim, College of Winterhold, like that library has the vibe, but it's very much like it's not an over the top magical library. You come in the door and then like left and right, curved all the way around to the other side is like just a wall of books with a couple of secured cabinets for showing a book is there, but not for touching. And at the far end, crouched down, knees kind of up by chest height, with a little pair of spectacles on, holding a book between just the knuckle of an index and a thumb. Yeah. you see a figure of there we go. Pale skin, damn it, what the heck? Give me a... There we go, yeah, pale blue skin. Rather well-kept, trimmed beard. A mane of hair to match. Just sort of sitting there contemplatively is what appears to be a very large humanoid. And what's everyone's base intelligence?
Base intelligence is 13.
Also 13.
13.
Ah. Okay. You all definitely identify that this is a giant of some kind.
Cool. It is not a language that I know.
Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Archivist Zulmez. We have some travelers here who have acquired some spell tomes. They wish for us to, well, evaluate and purchase from them should they be of interest. What have they now? Well, kind of claps the book closed and puts them down and sits himself up a bit more. Keeps kind of like hunched over reading, like he gets up and walks on over. And as he gets up, it's like you see... Okay, you ever just stand... It's like when you just lift up like a duvet cover, like above your head, just how much fabric, because he's wearing like a librarian's robes, and he's a giant. And it's still like dragging on the floor as he walks over to you. He looks very comfy. But he comes over, gets back down again. He takes off his little glasses and he gets out a different pair of glasses. Might I see? These glasses are notably thicker. As he's just looking and holds a hand out.
Priv pulls out the 2 tomes that were retrieved from the burnt man's house.
Hmm. First thing he does, he kind of separates them. And then he just takes one at a time, kind of keeps it closed, puts it up to his nose, and just full on just big old sniff of it. Pyro. Also pyro. Puts them together. Just takes another big sniff. Same practitioner? Or just kept in the same bag for a while?
The same practitioner. We came about the individual in question. He had apparently experimented with something that was dangerous and led to his unfortunate end.
Well, he flips one open, starts thumbing through it. Oh. Useful. And why does he have this one? He picks up.
Yeah, we never checked what spells were in these books.
Oh, I see. These ones are theoretical. Ah, okay. Right, so this book is an actually functioning spellbook here. This one is... A lot of spells he seemed to be trying to make himself. Interesting, so may still have some value. Looking at these... Yes, he spent a lot of time on this page. Yes, cross-heading them. This person was obsessed with elementals. That could work. Alright, well... As this one is theoretical, I would say I would round what I would pay for this one by an extra 100. And... how much? You're still here. Thank you for bringing them to me. You should man the desk. And she's like, no. Alright, archivist. He's kind of like staring at the spell books, just like starry-eyed, and then he kind of snaps her out of it. Like... She goes back, huffy.
As someone who wants to play a wizard and just be like, give me all the books, it hurts me, but it's like we can't use them.
Yeah. Right, so I would give... Hold on. Come to my desk, I need to count some coin.
Spells are expensive, so the fact that we've got a book full of them, depending on what levels they have, these could get us some serious cash.
Looks at it. Yes, it's within our budget. Okay, so yeah. Well, if you would allow this experimental one to be kept for study purposes, I would give you a total for both books, 6,500 gold pieces.
That's more than we've had, like twice more than we've had ever.
Yeah. Okay. 6,500, he said?
Yes. You brought the spellbooks to an established, well-funded academy.
We would all get 1625. I am okay with this right now. I'm saying that. Yes, Tex. I was like, yes.
Had a
yes,
spectate without the water.
I almost would. I was just like, Jesus. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with this sale. Is anyone opposed?
And can't use spells.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Let me put it this way. I'm pretty sure the money I would get from this thing would pay for freaking plate mail, which I had been trying to save up for but never got. And now it's like, you're making me armor, but that means I have money that's worth plate mail.
Also, above game, like, if Rivet was able to, like, if Rivet took a wizard level, she would still only be able to, like, prep or, like, copy the first level spells out of that book, so.
And it still costs money when you do so.
Yeah, so I think this is well worth it.
Yeah. I look at the party. I'm like, yeah, I'm good with it. Looking for their reactions. Was that Rivet?
It's fine. Okay, yeah.
Okay. Yes, that is agreeable.
Good. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. He starts getting out these perfectly square bundles of wrapped gold coins. And he just dunk, 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 and then gets out 6 of these large blocks and then 4 smaller, like, stacks that are all bound together and just puts them on the table. They are, these bundles, by the way, are dusty.
Yeah, I mean, damn, son.
Like, it seems that these funds just been sitting there with nothing to spend them on.
I'm putting money into my character sheet right now.
Like, literally every time he puts one down, there's a little of dust that comes off each one.
I have so much money now.
Right,
I can literally just turn around and spend this on plate mail. Jesus. All right. Gathering the money and ensuring that it is split evenly amongst the 4 of us.
apparently,
you.
according to 2nd edition AD&D, and continuing through 3rd, 4th, and 5th edition, 50 gold is a pound in weight.
Ha. Oh.
Yeah, I'm like carrying 33 pounds in coins right now.
Yeah.
I'm not using encumbrance, but just for the character's sake, it heavy.
I mean, there's an option to turn off coin weight in whatever.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I'm not using encumbrance, but this is going to be a notable weight to carry, like, for your characters.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm already carrying the freaking stone chest that weighs 32 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have any platinum. It's this will have to do.
This is perfectly fine. Thank you.
No, thank you. I may have given you much coin, but this... We can scribe these for generations of casters.
Glad to be of aid.
Yes, it's just a few of these spells we don't have, but they are of... Well, the learning equivalent of 3rd and 4th level. I like how the only place you can bring up the spell level is where you would learn them. Like, because they probably do categorize that shit by, like, difficulty.
Yeah.
Like these
I
are
mean,
real
yeah,
beginner
an
spells.
actual-
Like,
An institution would categorize that by power level and stuff like that. I can't even cast 3rd level spells yet. That's next level as a paladin.
well,
That's old news for me.
conjuring lesser elementals in itself, the lowest form of conjure elementals is a 4th level spell.
Dude, you're
Let
gonna
me
fall
hit you
off
with
that.
this one.
Yeah. But anyway, you get your windfall.
Yay! I'm happy. And monies.
Now, if you have any other business, well, unless it's to do with tomes, then see the front desk. But have a good day, all of you. May
To you as well.
May your mind be as strong as the body that holds it.
With bows. If we come across any more tomes, we'll be sure to do our best to bring them your way. Thinks of the dwarven tome that Ro brought to whatever planner jaunt he went on with Azrael.
Hmm.
Dude, you're gonna fall. You're gonna fall. I'm gonna suffer for it as you claw me to death, trying to save yourself. Well, he's gonna fall. He's gonna try and catch himself with claws on my tender legs, and it is going to hurt. Whatever. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's all I got. Woo! Sold some spell books we weren't using for a shit ton of money. It's funny though.
And then
You know what?
he says some form of, like, farewell phrase in Giant. You get the semantics.
The gist, like, oh, you know what? I have enough now technically for that electric shield. I just don't know what it does, and I'm not sure I want to spend the money if I don't know what it does.
Yeah.
Because, well, Rivet's identified that it is actually magical and functioning. So it's not like Jasper, who got ripped off by that disenchanted staff. Oh, I'm tempted.
You could ask if Rivet would be allowed to identify it.
We can find out. Well, cool. I mean, I think we're swinging by the blacksmithy again, anyways, for those javelins. Now that Thomrick has some cash.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright, so.
That would be if we have time before noon. I didn't hear what time it was before we went to the academy.
With the time he took to evaluate it, and he did take his time, like,
Of course.
checking each spell, I would say that right now it is about 11:30.
All right, we actually probably want to go to the observatorium first, because that is a bit more of a time-sensitive thing.
Mm-hmm.
What do the rest of y'all think?
Observatorium.
Let's see. I feel I have ended up the de facto leader of this group, because everyone else just doesn't talk.
I said observatorium.
I heard you. That is one person out of 3.
Rivet has 8 charisma.
Sierra has 20, but she has a 0 in people skills.
She's not professional in people.
Yeah, as I said, that's basically what's happened.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Right.
You're
So
the
we had-
face.
And
head
so,
to the observatorium.
yep. As you're heading across the bridge of trade, you have various people trying to get your attention with various items, and then you going right past, and you just hear on the side, very finest, genuine wands of the war mage make your spells more potent and strong, hit better and harder.
Rivet flips around.
Just
What? Who is claiming that?
You see a large fella, looks to be Goliath. He's like, besides his eyebrows and nose hair appear to be the only hair on him. And he's got this wicked. His markings kind of surround his eyes, then just go up and seem to like almost cross over the bridge of his nose, up across each temple, whip back around, cross over on the back of his head, then come down and basically end up covering most of his shoulders, then stopping kind of on his chest, like kind of they go down and then just kind of streak off under the pecs, just to the ribs, and then stop. Ah, I see you. You know the potency of these things. This I know.
Rivet cautiously approaches while she casts Detect Magic. Because Wand of the War Mages are great. And also, this is not where she would expect to find one.
Yep. Okay. you see, you cast it, and you see the one in his hand has magical properties. He has a couple more behind in a cabinet that you don't see a magical outline to, but they're like crafted the same kind of look. But you also notice a faint magical aura on the case.
What, out of curiosity, is the case's aura? What school of magic? If there is an appropriate one.
Illusion, I would put it as.
Okay.
So he's probably got one real one and a bunch of fakes.
Rivet's face. Rivet is not good at her emotions, so she goes from very genuinely interested to suddenly like, yeah, huh? So, you, what, wow, I lost my train of thought as soon.
Are you okay? I know so many magical wares in one little stall on a bridge in the middle of a town at the end of a river. It is far from where I come from.
Thinks of all the magical stuff just one of us is carrying.
I do not detect any magic coming from the ones behind you, but I do see magic carrying.
Ah, you see, this is unfortunately, this is a world where you cannot trust everyone. And there will be many people that would look for the brightest and most expensive thing you have and aim directly for that. And so, I make it so the case is enchanted so that people cannot see magic within the case. Because typical ways of detecting magic, if magic thing in the way, they see that thing, not thing beyond it. But yes, this one here, as far as what I'm advertising at right now, Wand of the War Mage, this one is the mildest one I have, so someone tries to swipe it. It's bad if I cannot catch them, but not the biggest loss.
Mm-hmm.
Can I tell if this guy's lying?
You can make an insight check.
I will do so. Nice. I'm a religious person, and you failed me then. Please do not fail the Watcher as he insights. Yeah.
It seems too good to be true. Just in a logic sense, and that's where your brain gets stuck as in actually trying to read him.
I see. Would you be willing to
Here in the corner?
allow me to attempt to verify your claims just for sake? You understand if I am cautious.
I understand this. You also have some very strong-looking friends behind you, which... But I'm not sure how. You would have to spend some time in attuning to the wand before you may attempt to use it.
You say that only the case is enchanted, yes? Not the ones inside?
Oh,
well,
the enchantment...
with seeming.
I Well, I just enchanted it. Not with. I do not know seeming. I am not that strong a caster myself. It is simply I put a gleaming enchantment on it, so I wouldn't have to clean or repair it. And I thought that because it is magic, then it would block seeing through it. Is it working? He seems a bit embarrassed, like he's like, I'm not that good at caster, but like,
Yes. I suppose my question is just simply whether or not attempt to identify one of the ones in the cabinet verify your.
um,
Uh-oh. Did my Wi-Fi cut out?
no, you're there.
Okay.
Okay, then yes. And he sets the one he's holding like down on the counter. He's looking a bit nervously at the group behind you. He's like, I don't. Apprehensive because you've got backup and he's having to just trust you're not gonna steal it.
Griffin has no intention of stealing, and she couldn't hide. She couldn't hide the fact that she couldn't hide whether she did put that was if she wanted to, but he doesn't know that. So
He just sees heavily armed people that seem to be with this person who just called him out on specific spells that he doesn't actually have. So yeah, he's like, okay, yeah. Is this one okay?
looking amongst the case, does the one he's referring to appear magical?
The one he had in his hand, yeah, that he's put down.
Oh.
Yeah, I said the case itself appears to be enchanted with an illusion spell, and the one in his hand is also magic, but it doesn't have a school because it's just a focus, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I would. I can see plainly that the one you are holding is magical, and it does not appear to have an associated school of magic as it is a simple focus, but well, not a simple. You understand? I was referring to one of the ones in the case. I only wish to ensure that that what you say is the truth.
Is it the war mage that you specifically want?
Oh, I apologize. I thought you. I seem to have misunderstood. I thought.
No, I'm saying I have other ones of the war mage. I have other things in here as well. But I saw you walking by and you looked like you were fit for battle, and wand mages, war mage is very popular with such people. He just opens the case and he'll put that wand in there and he'll reach down to this one that appears to be carved out of some form of bone, and he'll pull it out and this is the next strongest wand of War Mage. It has had to be made from very rare materials to carry such conductivity of magic. And you still have to take magic up. It's magic. Like, he pulls it
Alright.
out and it's magic.
Rivet will. And are you okay with me attempting to identify it?
Yes. He puts it down on the counter, but his hands are like either side of it, like just kind of like rested either side of it while it's on the counter. And one finger is tapping on it, and he's like, He's like, you're not sure if whether this fact that he's worried about his stock or whether or not, like, you're clearly a better caster than he is, like, just from your discussion.
Yeah.
Or at least that's
understandable.
what he's, like, gathered from that, even though technically you're a different sort of spell user.
Right, Rivet. Pulls off her glasses. Actually, no. She'll leave them on and press the pearl into it and just expend a spell slot as to not make this man any more uncomfortable than he is. To cast Identify over the next minute.
Next minute. He's like, looks at the rest of the group, smiles, and looks at you. And
Griff nods. He's like keeping an eye out, but he's not. He's doing his best to appear non-threatening. Like, we're not gonna beat you and take your stuff.
you get the feeling, even with this passive insight, maybe that's happened to this guy before. Like,
Yeah, I mean, my passive insight is 15.
yeah.
I have a +5. I just rolled like crap.
And yeah, you over the next minute, boom, that is a Wand of the War Mage +2.
Oh, that's fair. Rivet says,
Yeah,
that's, you're going to check out.
yes, yeah.
How much would you, let me back up. You mentioned that, I think you mentioned that you had several types of ones for sale?
Oh, other ones, yes.
I'm curious.
This particular one, this one of the War Mage, better one, 4,800 gold pieces. The one I had in my hand before, much cheaper, 1,200. I also have this necklace here. As you can see from what look like tiny fire kept inside of gems are necklace of fireballs. I have there are a few iron stones here, and you see, like, yeah, there's like 5 different just looking well cut gems in there. I have this one. This is a wand of the fear. This one is wand of. He's like checking it. Yeah. Enemy detection. And then that one at the bottom there, the one with the. That is he's like looks around and he's like leans in and he's going. It's like, I do not know why she didn't keep it for herself. That is, according to her, one of the strongest versions of the wand of the war mage one can typically craft, but still she says it does not suit her purpose and I should sell it for her. And but for once, that is what they have.
Hmm. Very interesting.
Here takes a step back and looks up in the sky and looks back and then looks at you.
You mentioned iron stones.
Yeah.
I'm curious as to what kinds you have. I'm vaguely aware of them, but not extremely familiar.
I have one of protection. These this little pattern I have here of 6. These are ironstone from the top here around is agility, fortitude, insight, intellect, leadership, and strength.
Rivet, thanks.
Sadly, iron stones go to a maximum of 20, so
Yeah.
I looked up the leadership one, which does charisma, but
Yeah, and the thing is,
Possibly
like,
useful.
iron stones aren't the most expensive things in the world, but they are attunement slots and limited.
yeah, I have all 3 of my attunement slots taken up by a fire resistance ring, the gloves that I haven't used since I haven't been shot by a person in a while, and Blossom.
Yeah.
Rivet has several open. And as does Thurberg, I believe.
I'm full. One of them is my ring of fire resistance, which maybe I can free up depending on how the on-keg armor goes. The infused repulsion shield takes up a slot, and then spell carver takes up the last.
I mean, I've got 1 slot left.
But even so, even though it is a complete set, I must inform that, of course, you cannot have all 6 unless you have some special magical device to have all 6 work somehow. I've never heard of such a thing.
Oh, what have you done? Now Rivet, one of Rivet's... Rivet, you just added a project to...
I don't know, maybe some
Crown
kind
of
fancy
Crown of Ioun.
or maybe even
I was thinking
some
more like
form
an
of
infinity
gauntlet.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes, the Infinity Gauntlet of having +2 to every stat. Wow.
That would be actually nuts.
It would be pretty nuts, especially with our stat block. But yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
if I could get that, I would literally end up with a +5 in strength, on a +0 in dex, a plus. It would make me freaking awesome. But
how many attunement slots do you have for Kriv?
I'm full. I only get
Okay.
3. I've got the Ring of Fire Resistance, the Infused Repulsion Shield, and the Spell Carver.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. There's a specific item to give you an extra attunement slot.
I think it costs an attunement slot.
Yeah, that is a thing.
But it has its own effects, right? So it's basically just like this thing doesn't cost an attunement slot. That's kind of weird.
Well, no, I think I was looking at that. It's like literally, it's like, hey, this gives you an attunement slot, but you have to attune to it. It's weird.
Oop.
Also, or you could be an artificer and gain attunement slots over time naturally.
There's a fire warning that's gone out for my area, apparently.
Oh no.
Oh,
I mean, I've had a heat warning for the last
Yeah.
2 weeks.
I also noticed that we are running over time a little bit. Sorry about that.
Oh
people.
shit.
Okay.
I'm
At this point, now that you've got over the initial tension, he seems to be relaxing a bit. Like, it's like he looked the most nervous when opening the case, but then you didn't do anything, and he's kind of been coming down from that. Like after that. Okay.
Rivet's alignment has shifted since the beginning of this campaign. Not that direction though.
Oh, have you gone the other way? Have you gone from neutral towards good? Like.
She was lawful good. Now she's neutral good, because she used to believe in O'Hagan.
Oh yeah, no, that'll do that to you.
Sarah's always been neutral good. Cynical, young, good.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm lawful good because of me following oaths and being a good person.
Neutral good.
Yeah.
How much would the protection one be? Just out of curiosity.
Protection. Bum. 1,200.
And and for one of the set?
Those are 3,000 each.
I see.
Even with our windfall, I cannot get that.
Iron stones are so cool. I don't want to use all my money.
I mean, the other thing I haven't used for my money is those lethal pounds, but that's it.
There'll always be more magic items to spend money on.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of want to turn myself into a health tank, I'll be honest on that. With the Stone of Fortitude, I would be at over 100. Because my econ would go up to 4. Plus 4, so. But, yeah. We can probably think about it for the week till next session.
I do not know if I am ready to spend that amount of money right now, but I will you definitely have caught my attention. I'll be there. I'll try to come back later if I am in a position to get these things.
Yeah, it is...
To purchase these things. It occurs to me that might be worrying.
No, it's fine. I will be here until for at least, I think, until I believe the end of not this week, but the one after. And
I will hopefully see you before then.
Hopefully. This stock doesn't move fast, but when it does, it is making her very happy. And whatever adventures you go on, may the storms favor you.
And you as well.
Rivet. Awkward fashion goes away.
Yep. That took a good bit of time.
Uh-huh.
It's Rivet.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, you're standing there watching this happen, and you're like, it's gonna be midday soon. Like,
Yeah.
Could have just kept walking, honestly. Rivet.
like you heard buzzwords. Like,
I literally, Crib is literally tall enough and strong enough. He could have just picked up Rivet by the scruff and is like, "No, we're going."
yeah.
Yeah,
But I want
I'm
Wand of the
stuck.
War Mage. It's like, look, I want Wand of the War Mage. We have Wand of the War Mage at home.
One of the war mage at home. It's a vicious quarterstaff. Right. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm tired. I said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But thank you for the great session, everyone. I'm glad you had fun.
Woo!
I know we're in town, so yes, there is shopping, but hey, you went to the exact correct place to get maximum value for that tome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, we could have accidentally gone to like antique shop or something and gotten like 200 gold out of it.
Oh, I wouldn't have sold it for 200 gold.
Yeah,
I didn't
for
expect.
sure.
I didn't expect to get 6,000 plus out of it, but
yeah, some of the other options would have offered like 2,000, which probably at that point, if you hadn't gone to the academy, would probably been enough to like win you over. Like, but yeah, no, you went to the right place first, so it is a good time. But let's find someone to raid, shall we, everyone? Thank you, everyone, for being here, Elle for watching as well. I keep looking like towards my camera, forgetting that I'm using my DM PNG, which is awesome. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use this every time for Dragonfall. It's just such the right vibe, you know?
it's really good.
It is really cool.
Yeah. And you all look so small in comparison to the DM.
I mean, the DM holds
Yet
all
another
power.
selling point.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh well? Right, let's see. Who is live?
All right. Well, I'm actually gonna leave so I can go wash my dishes and go to sleep before I have to get up in hours for work.
Okie dokie.
Thanks for and everyone. Bye.
Take care, bye.
Bye.
Milky Mule is playing Little Nightmares with only 2 people watching. Let's go ahead and change that.
I'll see you next week.
Take care. Now, thank you all for watching, whether live or recorded. Please be good to yourself, excellent to each other, and make rocks fall on your enemies so everyone dies. Until next time, mwah.